If that's going to be interesting content. In any case, let me just do the thing that you do for the YouTubes. Hello! It is time for my Endwalker main story. We just raided, which is why I'm already logged in. And yeah, we are exactly where we left off. With our cute Bnnuy. We have money in the chat today again. Always nice to have some company when I play this. Let's go. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Hi, YouTube! Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for a star. Hermes sus. Should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives his research of his. Galeen said she spotted in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? I love Venar. Also, it's interesting that the English dub decided to pronounce her name French, and the German dub decided to pronounce her name like Latin as Vinat. Or Greek, rather. Whereas English is going for Venar. That's a very interesting choice. Nothing to ride... like, nothing to complain about, just curious. But it's a fantasy name, nobody knows how it's supposed to be pronounced. So they'll just make it up, and then that's the way it is. I'm still struggling with pronouncing Meteon as Meteon instead of Meteon. I think it makes sense for it to be Meteon because it's from meteor, you know? But I don't know, man. I don't know, folks. Also, I'm just going to let everyone on the Discord know that raid is over and we've been mean. There we go. Vantage point. Da, da, do, 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 do. Now, if we're conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? Have you the means to fly? Just quite a distance away. No, I don't have the wind ether yet. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argus. Doggo! Good dog! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Reindeer over to that island? Stop it, creature. There's no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and you still remain so obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos is a rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. Doggy! Yours. What? You've written it before? Your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. Just certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Huh? Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argus that you're worthy of his back. But besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. I don't think I want to fight you, but okay. You seem doubtful, but a useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, and a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. Time to beat up Mom. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind to prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Are you just memeing, or did you legitimately forget the duel? This is the best part. So good. Amazing. It's so good. Maggie is fine. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. I might be a bit undergate for this. Let's see if I die. Also, this plays that version, which is why I turned up the music.
Hold back. My blade sings.
You do that to me, ma'am. Ah, fuck.
My blade sings. Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
The fact that she can class change is so good.
No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Oh boy. I need to leave.
Prepare yourself. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Woo!
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
This duel is so cool! Ah.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Yes, her English voice actor is really good. Generally, her German one is good too. I like both.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
And now we know why the doggo liked us on the moon.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Metea made their departure into the sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Working for us, rather than against us. Oh. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argus to catch the currents rising up from below, and give us a smooth ride over to this isle. Is this pleasant? Argus certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noe something. Ah! Noetophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. Whee!
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
I forgot about that line.
So, what is your opinion?
Now, he wouldn't wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than look on Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in the Ithosicletius Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Rain, for an institution which claims to be studiously research every species destined for release into the world, do not question how they found room for them all in so few islands. The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice before the archives, where vast areas stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within those sprawling habitats, that the Chief Overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neus, north of the Poetinoicus. Meteon. I'm so looking forward to a certain dungeon. My favorite dungeon music in the game used to be Swallow's Compass. The optional dungeon you need to do for the Stormblood optional trials. After that, my favorite dungeon theme in the game was Pagothan. Pagothan is very good. But ever since this, that next dungeon takes the cake for me. Ah, good. The Bnnuy is acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to the Caduceus Serpeborea, if we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. We follow this path, then... No if. Why did I read an if? There is no if. What am I talking about? Stupid. Stupido. But not yet. Not yet. Here we are, the grandest research facility nowadays. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we've just discovered. Hey! Hi! Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. So he does believe us? You scoundrel! You pouty man! According to your story, the 14 divide the connection between the celestial currents at the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodeus' sharp eyes, we commit to the pursuit of a solution. No, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we fail to perceive it. What better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to the next question. How did Hermes in his role as Fandaniel not recognize the subject of his own research? You must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I'm certain. It seems that there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. This time we brought Hermes to the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence. No matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I might find it. You fucker! You believe me! Don't lie! You know exactly that after thousands upon thousands of years of going through that hell, that is exactly the person you would turn into. You just don't want to admit it. Huh. I think the time for leisurely exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path, so we can teleport to Mesopsis Eurus. Mesopsis Eurus from the device at the bottom of the slope. I wish my ancient Greek was better, so I could tell you what all of these mean. Da, 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 They're close by, but within the Hungering Gardens. What could be this? Oh, that would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Rain, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fernaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But his creations are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Rain can handle them. He did survive a bout with Venar after all. Sure did. Ooh. Yo! That's so cool! Sorry. I just got a pop-up from Twitch. They added... You know how I have alerts for, like, when you subscribe and all that jank? They've added that to Twitch. You no longer need an external provider for it. It's now built in. That is so sick. Finally, Twitch did something. Just quality of life for new streamers. Took him long enough. There's a reason I still keep streaming on Twitch instead of swapping over to YouTube. And that reason is just... It might be a train wreck, but it's just a very good train wreck, okay? They could do better, by all means. But I like how it's going with Twitch and everything. It's hard to put into words. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Denizens? Oh no. Oh, by the way, once this is over, and once we've taken care of next week's content, I don't really know what to do. Oh no. So, next week, we are going to play the patch content, and we are going to play the new season in Destiny. But after that, I have no plans. Astral Chain is still on hold until Karkuin's internet connection returns. Oh, by the way, Money, in case you were wondering why I haven't played Astral Chain in over a month, Karkuin's internet has been dead. And without them, because they requested the game, I can't really play it. So that's why we haven't played Astral Chain for over a month. I very much do intend on finishing it, but I can't play it without the person who wanted me to play it in chat able to watch. Hermes, where in the hell are you? There he is. Rain, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping his days in Elsa company. An important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Bnnuy, you say? Then yes, I will come. As soon as my work is finished. I will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, right now would be an excellent time to spend those rather cheap 5,000 channel points and pick out a game for me. Although, I would request that if you do request me to play a game, that it is a game that is cheap to acquire and not super long. Because I do want to play Final Fantasy XVI next month, and I still need to buy a PlayStation for that. And those ain't exactly the cheapest console. You spoke with Hermes then? And we briefly entangled with a denizen of the Hungering Gardens as well. Or I should say, I see, or should I say, smell? I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet Emmett Salk who would recreate Amorid in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope, that is. Hermes said that he would not be long, yes? Well then, we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Okay, it's happening. If you know, you know. If you don't know,
Aye.
you will
A
soon.
matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Bnnuy. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
True.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
So cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make
It begins.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Man, I don't like this part. Also, something that Melva pointed out last time that I also want to point out again. The phrase she says, hear your words, feel your feelings, know your thoughts. Hear, feel, think. It seeps into my mind. A voice is reporting. No. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Here, maybe? Ah, yes. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. No, no, we can't tell them that. You must run. Run far away. Please don't follow me. Medusa. He's trying to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Again? Dang it. I cannot remember where the spots are. Hey, Selkie! Shmemit! It's an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Rain. Follow her voice. Suspicious. Sus. Nope. Oh, I mean, yeah, there'll be a few here. I haven't exactly gone hunting for them yet. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Or you sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be! You know, the worst part is, like, the moment you lay eyes on her, you know she is going to be in this mess. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Etheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Rain, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees toward the lake. Hi, everyone. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The meteor linked to the single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them all across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Meteor's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteor we just lost, we've no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what to further assist us. No way to provide directions or guidance. And we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Meteor, what did you witness at the end that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteor renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much of how I myself solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can add eternal ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. When we'll continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteor's likely location, we'll proceed to reveal a wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easy to capture by fleeing toward the leaf. Assuming this is she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have a plan. Raiden and Messiah will be a tracker and trapper, while we others predict and obstruct Meteor's avenues of escape. Messiah and I will keep an eye on others' ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteor and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. And it's help! Whee! So I think I remember it being this way. Listen. Oh, also, in case you missed it, the quest title, Follow, Wander, Stumble, Listen, that is from the lyrics of Answers. So, yeah. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes. I must have to hide then. Where no one can find me. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easy to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to a remora. Fine. Fine then, Emmett Selk. Your Highness. Indignation to drag my rope through the water. Little days better not breathe a word of this to Azem. Still, my humiliation will be the least of our concerns if he fail to get hands on Meteon. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By the rock, is she? Very well. Oh, why? What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run with you. Rain, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. You'll break him. His poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the midst. I should use a mount. Up there. I love that MSR just disappears when I mount. Is this only not in use? Seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, there's no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. There, I see her. The chase. Uh-oh. Ah, what am I doing? Alright, the bridge. This time it was bridge.
Aha!
Aha.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
You idiot.
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
The dumb fuck.
You fool!
Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave Valeneth alone? Well, these answers assuage your pain, the pain you feel when creation is returned to ether. Had you never cast your accursed question in the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has scared at Caduceus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him! No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vena, Rain? It is clear we stand on a precipice. But we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Ctesis Hyperborea we go. It's time! Yes! Hello, I'm fine. I'm not emotionally invested in this at all. No, no. How would you ever think this? Let me just turn up the background music track for no particular reason. It's so good. Like, surely this is going to be like a single player instance, right? Me thinking this when I first played through it. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Ctesis? Mistress Bnnuy, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Ctesis was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately. We've yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Ctesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with the Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he's seen fit to drop in a path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we are not like to be at a fighting best. Well, I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with, little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've got and raised everyone's expectations. You all need to only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zam, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as a defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetsilk, can impress us with arcane majesty. Your not potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel their power into protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent, that should cover us on all fronts. He's like, God fucking... Your tale led us hearing, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. I was so happy in this cutscene. I was like, wait, why are they going over roles? There's no way this is a dungeon, right? There's no way I get to go into a dungeon with Emetsilk in the party, right? And then we face the future together. There's no way. Nuh-uh. None. Yes way. I need a drink. One sec. Okay. I pretend. It's time. Form a party. This is so good. They've set their roles up exactly in such a way that no matter what you pick, there's only one way the party can assemble. Except for if you pick healer, then you actually get to decide who tanks. The music in here is so good.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Happy Slick. Also easily the best track in the entire game. Easily.
German_Ginger_ resubscribed for 3 months. 3 months already. Time be so fast to
It sure is. Hi, Flora. Thank you for 3 months of the sweets. The subest. I haven't played this dungeon enough. Yee.
Out of my way. Fly true. I have you.
I see you opening.
I'm just vibing with the music. And taking in the scenery. And by scenery, I mean... This is so cool! This guy used to be a boss, now he's in my party!
Out of my way!
Ah, this is so
Have at
good.
you!
If you would have told me that this dungeon was going to happen, I wouldn't have believed you.
Fall!
Because this is like the fan-serviest dungeon they ever created. This is the fan service dungeon.
Useless. This may sting.
Because you get to be in a dungeon with Emmett Selk before he became, well, not evil, more like
Out of my way!
conflicted. It's difficult to explain.
Have a taste!
I'm not entirely useless.
But yeah, before he became an opponent, let's put it that way, the person who will eventually turn into the Heidelin and Hythlobaeus. Just look at him. Look at this pretty boy. I would not have believed anyone telling me this dungeon was real. No way. But it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, those two fuckers just teleport. Poses. Anyway, how are you doing, Flora? How is the cat? Except for jamming to the music, like me. Stressed? Oh no! Is it that dastardly uni again? Doing you a stress? Why frustrated seeing every time? Here. It be... So annoying that he can't be targeted while he does that. Oh, also, we are fighting big cats. It's just very hard to see all the fireballs. There we go. Big cat.
Fall!
Aha! A stack marker for my consideration, I guess. Big the cat, not quite. This isn't fishing.
Fall!
Otherwise you might be.
I see you opening.
Yeah, he's going to do that one more time. God dang it.
Fly through.
Yeah, I know. That would be funny. But yeah, so his mechanic is he becomes invisible and then these footprints appear. And you need to go to where he will come out of invisibility and then bonk in there. It's a really cool mechanic. Because he will just very quickly hit the entire arena. So if you don't do the footprint thing, you will probably be hit. Naming... Can't equip. Also, it's good music time again. I love this song. This is my favorite dungeon theme in the entire game. Which is something, because this game has a couple of dungeons.
I see you opening.
Yes, pet kitty.
4!
I warn you. Stay away.
I see you opening.
Oh, right. Flora, you study physics, right? What branch of physics are you studying? Kinda. Is it not pure physics? We never really got into it when we talked. So, yeah. Interesting. Casting! An item I can actually equip, Pog!
I see you.
Have a taste!
Yeah. So, there's some really interesting things in this particular expansion that someone who... Okay, as much as I like the song, I need to turn it down. That someone who is like inclined to understand physics might be enjoying. So, as you might have gleaned from one of the other streams, whereas the main, like, magical life energy in this universe is ether, everything is made of ether. Like, there's such a thing as corporeal ether. Even your body is made from the stuff. There's another force in this universe that is sort of powered by emotion.
I'm not entirely.
And we are currently 12,000 years in the past of when we usually live. 12,000 plus. It's at least 12,000. Might be more. And the person we're trying to find at the end of this dungeon, Hermes, is an expert in this power, in this energy that is shaped by emotion. And he gave us a figure of how much of the energy in the universe is this other energy that is incredibly hard to measure or interact with, because the only way to interact with it is via strong emotions. And the figure he gave us is the exact amount of dark energy estimated by real-world physicists compared to, like, regular energy in our universe. So this game is basically saying dark energy is this nebulous force of emotion. Yeah. Like, they very deliberately picked the exact amount, the exact figure. And also, what is happening right now is we are slowly figuring out why the world is ending in the future.
Out of my way.
And it appears to have to do with said Hermes having created the cutest bird, and that bird being able to interact with this energy, making her basically the perfect empath. And then having made the fascinating, let's put it that way, choice to have this perfectly empathic creature encounter the Fermi paradox. Poor bird. Like, I'm not even paraphrasing, that is literally what happened. Poor bird.
I see you opening.
That is very rude.
Have a taste.
You will be able to pet bird. Trust me, Meteon is so adorable. But with the themes and knowing that we're here to figure out the apocalypse, the second I laid eyes on her on my, like, first playthrough,
Have at you.
my exact reaction was, oh my god, she's so cute. Oh no.
I'm not entirely useless.
Ah, here? Really? Okay. I'll go to where the NPCs say the safe zone is. So one thing that's kind of nice about playing these dungeons with NPCs in your party is that the NPCs always go into the safe zone. So you just need to kind of follow them. They are. Dragons are aliens. But we know that the dragons are extinct out on their home planet. Because the dragons are here specifically because they fled their home planet. To avert extinction.
Now, it's rude to interrupt.
So, yeah. We kind of knew that already. We also know the specific enemy they escaped from. Which is Omega. Who happens to be a raid. Like, we've met the weapon that destroyed their homeworld. Although we haven't met the creators of the weapon yet. We also bonked the weapon. No, it wouldn't.
I cannot let you take Meteion. Not yet.
The problem is that they are still dead. The Fermi paradox doesn't exclusively say that there is no life outside of Earth. It just poses the idea of the Great Filter, which is the concept that there is some challenge that a civilization has to overcome.
Out of my way.
And if it doesn't, it is extinct. And the real question posed by the Fermi paradox is when, in the development of a species, of a civilization, is the Great Filter? And have we already passed it? And there's no answer to the question. The Great Filter might be that life itself is so unlikely, so rare, that the conditions for life to exist in itself are that filter. And any life will flourish, but it has to come into existence first. And another theory, the interpretation that this game chose for its universe, is that the filter is self-destruction before reaching the spacefaring age.
Have at you!
And that's kind of what happened. This adorable little bird ran into a lot of dead civilizations. Poor bean. Yeah. Also, yeah, you're like the verbatim Fermi paradox is where is everyone? That is right. You are right in that regard. That is correct.
Before they're expunged.
I should have specified. Also, there's one more like world-building element that's important why running into dead civilizations would be relevant. The environment of living beings can also hold memory in this universe. And hold emotions, like memory of emotions and such. Which means that running into a dead civilization, you could still gather like all the memories, all the emotions that this civilization felt when it died out. So, yeah. You can see how that might be a problem. The poor bird. What? Oh,
I'm not entirely useless.
I'll just repeat what I said. One thing in this universe that is established is that the planet itself, the environment, kind of contains an echo of memories and feelings experienced by intelligent beings on it. So having a perfect empath encounter a planet with a dead civilization on it means that she would only be able to gather the feelings and experiences of that civilization's final moments, which can't be positive. Extinction doesn't sound like a pleasant affair.
So, it comes to this.
Yeah.
I have no wish to fight.
Oof, indeed.
This time, I cannot yield.
There she is. Look at the bird.
Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Look at the bird. Okay, it's time to beat Hermes.
Be gone!
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Bonk. Bonk.
Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, fall as rain!
Right, that's the mechanic. I remember. I haven't forgo after all. Yay. Ah, right.
Out of my way.
I'm just going to use this. Screw it. Oh no, the NPC's AI can't detect where I put down my thing.
I see you.
So they just stood in it. They remember yours.
Have a taste. Have a taste.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
I'm not entirely useless.
Fall!
Wow, they actually use perfect movement patterns for the NPC AI. That is interesting.
Have a taste.
That is optimal movement right there. Nice.
I'm not entirely useless.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
Fall!
Have at you. Have a taste.
I see you opening.
Stars on high, fall as rain!
Alright, this again.
Prepare yourself.
Optimization, yes. DOS. That can get to move.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
Have a taste.
Right. There we go. One other piece of great optimization, by the way. If you don't die and you don't wait around in a dungeon, doing it with NPCs takes exactly 30 minutes to complete it. Their damage output is actually adjusted by your damage output to make a dungeon last exactly 30 minutes. The timer starts at 90. Great sword! You suck. Man. Rude. Okay, it is time to experience something. Yeah.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
All right, Hermes was nominated to become part of the government.
Meteion, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
I think this might be referencing the dragons.
One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success.
in the course of which they learned the
Yup.
truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there, in the dark of dead worlds, hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing.
And that's why Emet-Selch doesn't remember us in the future.
Execution.
Cause his memory got wiped.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion, to the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Doggo.
Almost! Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteion's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am,
You bitch!
but neither can I let you escape!
No, Bnnuy!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
That's fucking snap.
But how? I thought the confluence was over.
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Hi!
There's no time!
We have
Quickly!
that specific associate soul,
Even
by the
now,
way.
I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
And now Hermes won't remember he failed to stop us. Oh, it's so good. Doggo. Pit, yours.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What you're hearing right now is a piano version of Answers. Answers is the song composed by Nobuo Uematsu for the first part of this game, for Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. And it signified the calamity when Dalamud, a massive artificial moon harboring a gigantic monster inside it, was cast down onto the world. The monster released and then laid waste to an entire continent before being stopped by the grandfather of Alphino and Alize, the two Elven, or Alizen as the game calls it, children in a party. But they are currently in the process of recontextualizing the entire song. Because it's called Answers. And it laments the suffering of the dying.
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Dog.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Doggo vision.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Bnnuy and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Bnnuy was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different. for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Bnnuy about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Oh, you have no idea.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical. But resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more interlocutors. He poured much of himself into Meteion. Now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he had never acknowledged his disaffection with the world. Then the meteor would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Daniel. And that is how you cleanly make a time travel loop thingy. By just having it always have happened. So Bnnuy goes on to become Hydaelyn, who is the person who led us here. And also happens to be kind of a man-made goddess kind of person. You know? Rain, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selk and Tithlodeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experience Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be a weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylion. But yeah, so in conclusion, what this all basically means is we sort of I forgot what I wanted to say. Dang it. Yeah, whatever. So it goes against the entire physics we know. There's magic in this world. I don't think the laws of physics have much merit. When I can, like, manipulate gravity at will. Wee. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Bnnuy, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Magic. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I don't remember what I was going to say, but there's one thing I need to say. The song Answers. When it first was introduced into the game, my assumption was that Hydaelyn was singing this song to the people falling in the Battle of Carteneau, the catastrophe caused by the calamity. Because the lyrics begin with, "To all of my children." But it might actually be that the song is instead a mix of Bnnuy trying to lift the spirits of the people in this desperate time, and any other voice that isn't the main, like, singing voice of the song, because there is a chorus, a choir in it. The choir might actually be the song transmitted throughout the universe by the meteor, by the swarm. Because that is a sufferer's lament choir, and a desperate, like, single person trying to drown out the choir with, like, giving the people listening to the song hope. I don't know if that interpretation of the song was always intended, or if it just happened to fall into place when they wrote this. I just know that the entire story outline, up until this point, was already done when they started making the game. So it might as well have been always the intended meaning, and we just didn't know.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes. Yes, this is where we part ways. I'll see you in 12,000 years.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Goodbye.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Bnnuy.
There it is. Answers.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
Hythlodius went to sacrifice himself.
Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Every time.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
And we're back. This gets me every time. What gets me the most about this, though, is that she literally waited for us to even be born for 12,000 years. That's a long time. Hi. Rain, impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. It be indeed, yeah. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, you've had some few developments, which we can discuss in a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be great a boon to us. Unfortunately, during your time in the first, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of the blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alfino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amernus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Stinian, and Raha took the detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Yashtoda and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort in establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. We will also record the proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people of Radzatan. Following their discussion, Ritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter on the Tower of Babil and decided to use it to deliver people onto the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the harnished refugees to the tower, Elfino, Alizé, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not too long ago. Trouble is that capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Rain. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port of call, so you'd better start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no point in no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Okay. So, how are you feeling? Because this would be a good place in the story to kind of pause the playthrough for today and then finish it on Friday or something. Or we'll finish the Endwalker main story on Friday. We still have all the patch content to go until Tuesday. There's so much stuff. But I think I can get the patch content done in about 8 hours, maybe? Even if I'm one patch behind by Tuesday, that shouldn't be that much of an issue. Getting tired but also can't go to sleep for a while? I mean, I'm still feeling fit, so if you want more Final Fantasy, I can play more Final Fantasy. I'm just considering where to how to kind of manage my time, you know? So, I think the best way to put it is the story now has about 4 to 5 hours left until we hit the end of the expansion's release story. And then there's still 3 sets of 8 quests from the patches that came after that I have to get through to be up to date and be able to just delve right into the new patch on Tuesday. The patch content will probably be the most stuff, though, that's still left on the table. But then on the other hand, they aren't really that long, the quests, I mean. I don't know. More sneak. Ah, but it's such a good game. I mean, okay, I say this like some absolute fool. Obviously, you don't really care about this game because you've only seen, like, what, 10% of the story? And also, the last chapter, of all things. Obviously, you'd have no emotional attachment to any of these people. This is like watching the end of a trilogy. Yeah. Why am I surprised? And that would take long? Yes, it would. This game is so massive. Again, that is why I don't like saying that this is my favorite video game of all time when I am asked what my favorite video game is. Because it kind of feels disingenuous to compare a game that I've been playing for almost 10 years with where I've spent well over a year of my life logged into the server and playing it, to like an indie game that you can beat in 4 hours. That is just not a fair comparison, in my opinion. Obviously, I am going to have more emotional attachment to the game I've been playing for 10 years than the game I've been playing for 4 hours. It also doesn't help that, aside from that fact, the game's story is absolutely fantastic. There's plot holes, obviously. But it's so good in especially the final 2 expansions of this storyline that I can overlook the plot holes. Like, they are no detriment to the story. Generally, I'm of the conviction that being able to criticize a work you love for its flaws is a very important ability to have. Because if you couldn't see the flaws, that would make you a very unpleasant person to talk about that thing to. You know what I mean? Like, it's detrimental to your ability to talk about the thing if you are unable to acknowledge its flaws. Because nothing is perfect. There isn't a perfect thing in the universe. Or in human creation, for that matter. And I think kind of the ability to accept the flaws and still love it actually makes it even, like, makes you cherish it even more. It's my opinion, like my thing, my take on things. Also, yes, Layton. I can tell you of the Layton games I have played, which Layton game is my favorite. It is The Lost Future. I just really like that game's story. Yeah, the universe is pretty good. I would say the universe is a solid 10 out of 10. Would exist again. Also, one thing that elevates Final Fantasy XIV to me personally is especially Endwalker. Playing through Endwalker did things to my brain and the way I perceive the world around me and the way I, like, emotionally deal with hardships in my life. Because this game manages to deliver such an excellent lens into people's suffering and how to deal with those, and even into existential anxiety and how to deal with it. that playing through Endwalker actually made me more emotionally stable as a person. Unknown Future. That's the one. Yeah, I don't... The names. Yeah, it does hit hard. Yeah. Listen, just the ending of Unknown Future is, like, my criteria for picking. It's so good. Oh, man. Again, I haven't played Mask, because I don't have it. It's the only Layton game I haven't played. Lost Future is correct? I don't fucking know. Listen, I haven't looked at the Layton game titles in like 10 years. I don't remember. It's the one with the clock in it. I think after that one in my ranking would be the first game. Ah, I see. Just something about the village is just so endearing to me. I'm equally nostalgic for all of the DS Layton games, but that game specifically is just... It's so nice. Oh, also, I should expand my earlier statement. Layton and the Mask something is not only the only Layton game I haven't played, it is the only piece of Layton media I haven't consumed. I've played all of the games, I've played the crossover, and I've watched the movie. By the way, the movie is fantastic. But I don't know about that whole, like, shenanigan. I don't really like Descole as a character. Not because he's bad, just because I feel he doesn't really add that much to the series. I don't know. But have you watched the anime? Yeah, I don't know. I personally, I could have done without Descole in my life. But I don't want him gone by any means. I just think he's a bit superfluous, I guess. Like, he has an interesting arc and everything, but I don't think... There's an anime? Oh, fuck me. Apparently, I didn't know about that one. Oh, it's about Catriel, that's why I don't know. I haven't beat Catriel's game. I think it's good. I just don't know, the vibe is wrong. But I also have to admit I've made the mistake of playing it on mobile. Maybe that's why. I don't know, Layton games just don't really lend themselves as good as to the mobile platform as I, or evidently level 5 games, would have expected. There's something about playing it on a DS or 3DS that just adds to the experience that you don't get on mobile. And it's not the physical buttons, because I control it mostly with the stylus anyway. Anyway, there's a thing here. Rain at a moment too soon. The skies of Agalamod are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops at the Magna Glaciers that Forum's airship landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. Dispatched your friends at once, ensured the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route. But we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart? But the skull, I think, is in Aslan Legacy is what legitimizes its existence for me. Yeah, it kind of like does enough for the story writing that him being in the storyline now is relevant to stuff. But without that game, I think they could have replaced him with any other villain and it wouldn't have mattered. Up until that point, even in the movie, he's just been like recurring villain McGee.
No. We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
Look at him. That is one handsome guy right there. I love Fortunal.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father.
His
you
son.
must lead the people to safety.
Anyway, New Layton, once it's released, will be so streamed.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
I love Estinian and Alphino's relationship. It's so brotherly. Also, do I get to play as Alphino again? I don't remember. Yes, I am the boy. Look at him.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
This is one of my favorite features of this game. Just being able to play the NPCs. I mean, if you can manage to set aside a day for it, that'd be easy. Because it will probably release on a Friday, like many Nintendo games
Those
do.
who can stand, come with me.
And if it does release on a Friday, I will not be able to play it until like 6 p.m.-ish.
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
If so, as long as you start playing before I start
Worry
playing,
not for the refugees,
I
but for
guess.
yourself.
Yeah. If it releases on a non-stream day, you will have an entire day ahead of me. Because again, playing it on stream and stuff. That's an AoE. I don't know how Sage works. My good friend Malva plays this class. I have no clue how it works. Also, yes, Alphinaud is one of the very few characters in the game that actually have a proper player class at the moment. That's the shield. What is this then? Oh, it's just an instant, okay. He still has one or two like unique skills to make him a bit easier for people who don't play the class. But other than that, this is just Sage. He's exactly Sage. Estinian! He's the Dragoon. Estinian is a completely different moveset to regular Dragoons, which is also fun. You got to play him a lot earlier in the story.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Voice acting. Why is it always like monster with eyeball? What is it about that design?
I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Yolus! Let's go!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once.
Aww. This boy is so good.
We can speak of it more later.
Because what's
For
the
now,
bloody kind of point?
we must
Like only, why only one eye?
To repair
At
your
least
salvation
3.
in kind, or with better.
At least.
For Garlemald has her pride.
It's so good to see him. Man.
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Yup. We are friends.
Oh.
I do. Would I be this sneak with less than 3 eyes? I don't think I would.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now,
Heard it here first. Sneak is the ideal being. Terminus Beholder. Ha! Boy, this is not D&D. What do you mean, Beholder? What you talking about? Vercure! 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 Whoa! Okay then, Raha. Just cast gravitas on that guy. Good for you.
I'm fine.
Behold the beholder. The beauty is in its eye. Deadly impact. Oh no. Whatever will I do? Evades.
Not today.
Oh wow, okay. Her combo system is a bit picky, it seems. About my inputs. Why am I dealing so much damage? Holy shit. Standing in the thing. Rotating clockwise. Very good. The game just low-key keep teaching people raid mechanics over here. Like I wouldn't notice.
I'm not done yet.
Whop. 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 Beaut. And death. Double death.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Just casually calling down a few meteors, as you do, as a beast of the apocalypse.
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
Die! Boom! Ta-da!
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Heal.
Look out!
Oh no! Injury. Raha!
Get out of here! Quickly!
Do it. Run! You fools!
I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse
Look at the cat boy.
we fought to achieve!
Look at him. Best character.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of
Kid
Father,
boy.
no less. You might never measure up to our champion.
Graha is by far the fan favorite character, which is also why he's
we ask
eating like
too much of him
50%
as
of
it
the
is.
animation
You
budget.
mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
There he is. The Bnnuy. Let's go. Hello.
Oh,
Hi. I'm back. I actually say it. I'm back.
I can look after myself, you know.
Don't be like this, you pouty little girl. You're at least 17.
Everything's in order.
Time is weird in this game. Yo, what I miss?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Sure is. Ah, look at this. The squad. Come on, you mean.
Just the
These
beginning.
the boys. Yes. 3 PPL. I love that it's formatting them together. Like, there's no space between them. That's so funny.
I had a feeling I'd find you
know.
here.
Hi.
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Also, that is your favorite instrument. Piano. This game has so many piano pieces. I know. I know it is. I just know that you keep posting the emote every time you hear a piano. I don't actually know what your favorite instrument is. It is probably the one you play, but it might not be. You haven't told me. In all the 3 months we've known each other. You haven't told me. Actually, it's been a bit more than 3 months. You haven't subscribed immediately as we met.
Leave the healing to me.
Well, the instrument that you most like the sound of, I'd say, is the favorite instrument, even if you can't play it. Or maybe, like, by that rule also... kind of the instrument that you'd most like to be able to play because you like the sound of it? I don't know. You've been subscribed for 3 months. You kind of need to know me for the amount of time you are subbed to me to be subbed to me. I literally have your sub duration on screen right now.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
He said please. Man's been humbled.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Yep, sure would.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
No. So many, where they are coming from? Oh, well, goodbye then. Xenos! I forgot you were here.
Xenos? Here?
Same.
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
Good fucking question.
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Listen to this voice actor.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
He'll not let go. Not
That
until he
is
dies.
and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Sure is.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard! For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger.
Yeah, he'll kill you. Don't. Please.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
What a cutscene. Ooh.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
The face! The fuck you just say? It's so good. To see Xena standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. Just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
Blush.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
I just love this song, this track. The instrumental version is so nice.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, I have such stories to tell you, Raha. You would believe what happened.
Did you hear something just now.
Twatch. Yes! I remember this scene. May I present to you Pudding Way?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
I love her.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hi.
Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
You experienced Pudding Way.
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Anti-cold, yes, proceeds to freeze.
But it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetherius. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Oh no, Urianger has been feeding the bad pudding.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
Best Way's theme.
We were born
Not the
from
bad
Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Yes.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
His inner thoughts be like, they are so small, what the fuck?
As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan. where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Just putting away the
Was with
background.
reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that
I
I
don't know,
did so
but
only
they are
after the
small.
Lockerites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Of course. I just love that every time it comes to me, it's just putting away in the background.
His death. Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
It's funnier every time. Pudding Way is so good. Whee! I dare say Master Fortuner was nonplussed as we, to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the forum. Might I suggest we return to the annex forthwith? You may yet have time to discuss their recent adventures, ere we are summoned to the rostra. I love Sharlayan. It is so lovely. It looks so good. The architectural style they chose for these buildings works so well for a nation of scholars. The aesthetics of this game are always on point. I don't know why I'm praising this one specifically, but I just like it here, okay? It's pretty. But hello. No, not voiced. Sad. Not the complaining Oriente, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I inadvertently awakened in the Loperites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? So, I went to the literal past and met her before she became Heidelin, and we talked, and I figured out why we are dying. There is this embodiment of literal despair at the end of the universe trying to kill us, then this dynamis is what drives the final days. And if it and Akasa are one of the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. Were an entity through sheer force of an emotion. Were an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside of its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamics of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilization that she's been holding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear, hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We've but one aim: to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But even attempted, there are two conditions. First, you must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Bnnuy, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and Bnnuy, the Bnnuy you met in Elpis, are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Bnnuy I know would never give up. This is my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must be must necessarily come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, but built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. But then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's see what they have to say. Why am I walking? To take in the scenery. I don't know. Look at this lovely water fountain. Ooh. I love all the little details they put into their environment design. They didn't have to model this fountain or this flower pot, but they did. And it looks so much better for it. Are these little lantern thingies? I don't actually know what they are. I think they might be lights. We will see when it turns night, I guess. It do, yeah. Hello. The forum is in session, and as such the restaurant is closed to visitors. Pretty. Yeah. Sign of the Seventh Dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Yes, yes. Calm down. Wait, can I walk in? What do you mean the forum is in session? There's no one here. That's stupid. They should have, like, I know it would have been really difficult, but it would have been great if they had found a way to, like, temporarily lock these doors. So that you can't enter the empty forum. Having all the NPCs here would kill the frame rate, so they obviously are only loaded during cutscenes. It's politics. No.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
Yes.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Khan was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Want to send?
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Yes!
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
It's so good. Whew. Sorry about not letting the rest of you know my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means to communicating with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteion, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work toward both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Etherburner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of an extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how the Etherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. What, Alphino? Knowing how the machine works to make it better is kind of a good idea? What do you mean? As instructed, I shall take you to see the Etherburner. Meet me outside the Archaeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. That is surprising. Well, it's good they can see such a massive undertaking. Yeah. It is time for the part of the game that is commonly referred to as Labyrinthos 2. The game either has you explore the entirety of an area on your first visit, or it splits it into two sections, allowing you to, as you can see here by my map, explore about half of the area in your first visit, and then the remainder on your second visit. This expansion had two such areas that you also happen to both explore in any order at your first visit, being Labyrinthos and apparently the illegal... Alright, I need to click on Ozabad. And Thavnair over here, where you first explore the left side of the map, this whole area here, and then you explore the right side of the map, this area here. The destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophiline take you to the medial circuit. Yes, down we go. I sent you sent your associates ahead to the Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. No, tell me, Fortuno. So, as a sneak, that is to say, as a person with something, I should, at some point in my life, probably see a professional about, like, ADHD or something. But, like, one thing that just drives me crazy is people going, can I... No, never mind. I hate that. If you start talking about it, you better fucking finish, or I will spend the next 4 years wondering what you were trying to say. And then didn't. Just... drives me nuts. And I guess I hear that's an ADHD thing. I have many things that I do or experience that I have been led to believe that is an ADHD thing. So I might have it, who knows? That is just something that people with ADHD usually experience, as like this this intense focus on when someone starts saying something and then doesn't finish. There is things that you experience with this condition that are not necessarily symptoms, but still very common, you know? Which is, again, why I should probably have that checked out someday. I'm not going to be the person who's like, I think that I have ADHD because I relate to ADHD memes, so I'm going to diagnose myself. Because no, I'm not an idiot. I should have a professional check that out and determine if a diagnosis sounds like a good idea. But I have a lot of behaviors and experiences that the ADHD community has determined are things that are very common in people with ADHD. So, kind of an all squares are rectangles kind of situation. Like, just because it's a rectangle doesn't mean it's a square. In the same way, just because I experience these things doesn't mean I have ADHD. But also, rectangles might be squares, and in the same vein, these might indicate that I might have ADHD. Who knows? I don't. We are to wait here while a father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of the labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature of air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clothes are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world. To grow into it and wonder at the wonders. But having gained the understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites and recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. What do you mean, literal opposite? Just curious. Don't know if you want to put that in stream chat for all posterity. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. There's also testing grounds for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Although the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not a final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations in the Great Exodus are carried out. The construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will provide ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. That doesn't mean you couldn't have ADHD. That just means you're probably not the hyperactive type. If you have it. There's two types of ADHD, hyperactive and inattentive. Hyperactive type is the, keeps very actively jumping between attentions. And the inattentive type is the one that struggles to focus on things. But once they do focus on a thing, they cannot focus on anything else but that thing. Which is called a hyperfixation. By decree of the Forum, the Science of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Yeah. But even then, it's a spectrum. I'm not saying you should get it checked out. I'm just, educating the viewers of the VOD or something. ADHD is very much a spectrum. Experiences can vary wildly. You can have less severe or more severe expressions of the condition. And if you have any indication that you might suffer from ADHD, getting it checked out by a professional, meaning a psychiatrist or a neurologist, might be a good idea. The worst that can happen is that you get a diagnosis and your life makes a whole lot more sense. Or you just might learn that you don't have it. And that's also something. And also, getting a medical professional to check out the condition doesn't mean they will necessarily put you on medication or anything. There is expressions of the ADHD spectrum that don't require medication because the person that has the condition is well adjusted enough to not suffer from their condition. In which case, you just get the diagnosis, you know a few more things about yourself, maybe get a few helpful coping mechanisms for when you have a hyperfixation or something, and then you can go home and live your life with knowing yourself a bit better. Anyway, that is just a general information for anyone who sees this in a million years in a VOD. And, yeah. Nothing directed specifically at anyone. Getting an appointment with a psychiatrist, yeah. I mean, ADHD is a neurological condition, so a neurologist can diagnose it as well. ADHD is not a psychological condition. It is a very physical neurological condition. Something that can be measured with an EKG and blood samples to check your hormone levels. Unlike, say, depression, which, unless it's clinical depression, is not diagnosable outside of psychological means. Again, most of what I'm saying is just for the for the educational purpose of anyone seeing this someday in the future. I like to be like fully informative on topics like this. I don't want anyone watching this and then taking away the wrong information and making bad decisions because of my stream. Pet. Yours. I am being pet. I need to like put work into my stuff again. Like, one thing that I might have to do is give the pet a slightly different position, or like make the eye close. It bothers me every time I see it, just the tiniest bit that that it's petting exactly over the eye is unpleasant. But not enough to actually do anything about it. If I do touch up the data again, or end up making a new one with like different artwork, I might put some work into that. Anyway, the ether banner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Danko, after whom the fort is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with them to discuss the particulars. This way. Poor snake, yeah. There's a lot of things I want to add. Like, one thing that bothers me, especially when playing this game, is that the model is very unexpressive in terms of emotion. So I want to add, like, sad emotion to it, and happy and a blush, maybe. And then have, like, my stream deck to trigger them. But I need to work on that, and I need the graphics for it, and that's all not that easy. Da 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 da. Yeah.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
I mean,
hello.
Masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged. better or worse.
This is so good.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Pete PPL.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Etherburner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the Etherburner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Sure are. I've personal experience with those. Although,
It's
not as
going in
Bnnuy.
there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Want me to go and fetch some, fetch the what's-it?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option.
I just love how the game just went, do you really want to do another fetch quest? You don't. We know you don't.
Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Ah. That's
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
This is so good.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Sure do.
Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
This is such a cool, like, culmination of everything. It just all the friends we've made along the way. Everyone. Just... We've helped so many people on a journey. And the one time we need their help, they all answer the call. That is such a awesome part of the story. Just such a good payoff. That's the word I was searching for. In times like these, we are reminded how famous or infamous Alfino has become. Who would have thought he could have achieved so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have contact on my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to come to know and you to find out. On that note, I'll leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Uldar. Uldar of all places. Nanamo. And Papa Shan, and Lolorito, and
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist,
I haven't used this music in a long while.
Torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
This music?
I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics.
Hold on.
Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults.
This is actually raid music from the Binding Coil of Bahamut. Something I haven't actually shown that much of on stream yet. Only the first part. How can we carry on? Also, this is using the Answers motif for very good reasons. Like, it makes sense for this motif to be here, story-wise. Adventures beyond us.
Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Does it make sense for this music to play right now?
Commander Hext,
because
what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabani
that
are
is
big enough to hold
exactly
an internal
Dalamud
toll.
music.
So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah.
Aww.
That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
That grave.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these
Thank
treasures of the
God.
divine. And I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that?
Sure is.
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Ah, the music. Okay, so about that grave that we just saw. That grave has been there for now almost 8 real-life years. And it still breaks my heart to see it. Ah. Okay. The friends will be searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics. We'll only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there what else you might be do to be of service? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say though, you could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Only if Master Coco knew how right he was. Well, he and Graha established a rapport. Why didn't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling the thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Hold on. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with the researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. But that lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Oh, you sent me a message. 1 second. I guess. Yeah, that kind of vibes the same way. Although obviously like vastly different styles of music. Seeing how one is a battle theme or a like raid theme, whatever. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they benefit from that fresh inspiration Scholar Monteshain mentioned. Let's start by asking around, without getting in anyone's way. Let's swing by the Etherite once our work is done. Okay, yeah. It's like really delicate, not even motive, but like move. Just a couple notes earlier during the cutscene that are literally the same. Oh! I see. Hold on, let me do a thang real quick. Let's hope nothing stupid happens. I've enabled the audio for my browser to go through to stream. So, let me Binding Coil Bahamut OST. Is it this one? Sure was. Let's pull up the soundtrack. Very similar, yeah. And then, I mean, it just kind of evolves into this, this whole mess. And then it brings in the orchestra and the answers motif. And there it is. It really fits the environment, I can say as much. Oh, also there's this, I guess, which is a more... has a bit more movement. They do that a lot, where they have one version that is really calm, one version that has a lot of movement in it. My favorite example is they use these two interchangeably. They like in the software, they are the same length tracks, and they both play the same time, and the game kind of switches between tracks at predefined moments, sometimes even using a intermediate piece, depending on where in the track you are, when you go out of battle and into battle. Like, it's very, very well made. My favorite example of this is from the 24-player raid content, World of Darkness, where you have this for the calm version. By the way, it's also just beautiful. Music good. The original track this is based on is from Final Fantasy III, by the way. So this melody is one of Nobuo's works. We get that a couple of times in this game. And then for the in-battle variant of this, we have this recording is kind of bad, all things considered. The recording quality is horrible, but you get the gist. They went hard on the percussions. Anyway, this recording is driving me nuts. There's skips in it. Can I get a better one, please? There we go. Although, I'm so peculiar about music recordings. It makes me mad. My favorite raid theme in the game, though, is from Void Ark, which is just... I just love this melody. Ah, it's so good. Also, this is from Heaven's Ward, which is in a in Ishgard, a region modeled after like the Vatican State and like Christian Catholicism for its themes, and medieval Catholicism specifically, which also the main villain in that is the Pope. I love for this like area the usage of church organs and harpsichords. It is on point. Anyway, that's enough music played through YouTube for a day. Back to the task at hand. Hello, are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether banner. Oh dear, things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Check-in, loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's good enough to play as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when? A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? But music, yeah. I mean, I have the entire soundtrack like, right here in my cupboard. Wait, am I... Hold on. Does this track have the same chords as Lifelight from Smash Ultimate? Am I stupid? I think it's in the same key, at least. Even if it doesn't have the exact same progression. My brain just produced that song out of thin air when listening to it. To this one. Colors weave into a spiral of flame. Distant stars go to a place still unnamed. Yeah, I think it's the same key. Pretty sure it is. Like, the chords don't match up, but I think it's the same key. Kind of has the same energy, a few similar vibes here and there. I mean, they're both very heroic songs. Man, music. Music good. Help move the Ark. Even after all the power, Master Cook also managed to squeeze out of the ether banner. Still not good enough, apparently. Now the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun to the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan. It all will be well. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents myself. It's mostly the sort of things we'll need once we arrive at the moon. Then whichever star we choose as a new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them such limited capacities thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy. Like a behatted rabbit that ran by. You're in luck. That is exactly who they are. I think it might be time for a cutscene. Bnnuy. Fancy meeting you here, Rain? Our friends in the forum brought us to see that teeny tiny boy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the ferries itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they are rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. At least that's what we're planning to do until we chance to put Orionjay and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Okay, it's not yet time. I think I got a few things ahead of myself. A few quests. The Tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt the artificial environment and Westway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loperites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by the Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave his explanation to Rain. Oriente! 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 What are you doing? I can't explain what's-its to people. I'm a bunny. I mean, so are they, but... Okay, I'm defeated. Goodness me. To build something so large without creation magic is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct your attention to the most distant, important features. It's a little hard to see from here, but a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks. I can't see through the window at another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. This looks like the trees in the greatest Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. Thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Is that water here from the inside that great big tube? Must be because of those corks and the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw out the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. It's a pump. Gotta love pumps. Pump's good. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, the water's drawn from... crap. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. That's designed brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it even in the harshest of environments. For us Loperites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. I've read, however, the peoples of Atheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Various new waterfalls are common sights of villages in Bnnuy. So, wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Dear, I worry we won't be able to produce the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, or we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alvina spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey to Logistical Alpha, did he not? And I hope the operates will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. We were not escorted here by burly custodians. I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many hungry predators with the aforementioned big nasty teeth. Loperids may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logistical Alpha. For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Okay. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Greenway. The water extraction, what's it? The water extraction, what's it? Love it. Awesome music. Again. I feel moving forward as well as it is with like. It's the black mist of doom! Doom, I say! Doom! Die. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but rather not be pure to crisp, if it's all the same to you. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. Da 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 da. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So where's this magic, or science rather, takes place? The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that a Theris just happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. That was just all very wonderful, I'm sure. But I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I haven't seen Bnnuy in way too long. No! I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Ergonomics. As I imagined, Singing and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of the apparatus. Wouldst thou be so kind as to escort a visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orion J was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose description cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention the fairies will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. If I remember correctly, I forgot to harmonize the Aetheryte and the Hamlet. I'm an idiot. I didn't grab this one. Anyway, if I remember correctly, Puddingway is hanging out somewhere here. Although I don't know if they're here yet. I mean, it should be no spoiler that we will not lose at the end of this story, and the world will not be destroyed. That would kind of mean deleting the entire game, so obviously not gonna happen. At some point in the storyline, Puddingway shows up around here. I just don't know when exactly. Puddingway is actually the fan favorite Loporid for obvious reasons. What? I know, right? Shocking. Positively preposterous. I love how the entire area music was just replaced with the epic track. Bloody mad. Man. I've been live for almost 8 hours? What? When did that happen? About 8 hours ago. Oh no. There's actually one more quest I want to do before I end the stream for today, though. It's the next one. So we'll do the little cooking adventure, and then the next quest after And then I'm probably going to call it a day. That should bring us more than enough into the thick of it. This is the place, yes? And heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and the heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in a companion. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read those who help themselves to farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Let them cook? Yes. I don't even know where that meme comes from. What a fine mess this is. What's up? Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the manshaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First with the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will become a new home. It's all so sudden, so real. Do you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environments. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire. I don't know, but it exists here. I assure you, we merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where do we begin? Is that Flora with you? No! Now, you specifically just die here. Rip. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? No, these are an atrocity. When the expansion first released, there was a bug in the level of detail code that lowered the object detail when there was many players around. And it would set these grapes to the lowest quality they can be. Where, I kid you not, they have exactly hold on, 9, 13, 14, where they have exactly 14 vertices, one at the top, then spread out from there's 4, then 4 again to make them a bit bulbous, then 4 at the bottom, and then 1 for the tip. 14 vertices total. They were fucking square grapes. And they were marvelous, and then they patched it, and the entire community was like, not the grapes! Let's see if they are delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is so much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. Ripe grapes, indeed. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit, but it's most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than a philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion on grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Some call it something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Ah, the grapes. I miss them dearly. They were so funny. Orange by name, orange by nature. It's an orange. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. I think it's the fruit. I think the color was named after the fruit. Yes, that's... I go part sweet and sour. Whereas with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriente about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the word to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? That is all very complicated. You know, so many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what is in that field over there. I like the description. Like, yeah, grapes and oranges are kind of similar in taste, but also very different in their other, like, notes. That is true. That color, that texture, and they are some sort of enormous round carrots. No, those are pumpkins. Oh, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than taste. Just bites into a pumpkin. I feel like Bnnuy wouldn't care too much about eating too many carrots. Yeah, but there isn't just Bnnuys. Yeah, it's so hard and flavorless. Might as well be chewing a piece of wood. But all the concerns that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would eat them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. Above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the oranges I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? But yes. Are these apples? No, those are pears, I think. I can tell you from personal experience that kitties like carrots too. Perfect. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, I'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Oh no. My tongue, is this poison? I think these might be lemons. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? There may be time for some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Yeah, poor cooking way just bit into an orange, into a lemon. Just straight into the lemon. No. Finished, have you? I must trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less of the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. That was the lemon. The deceiver. I feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth. Always there one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. This doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity of... Oof. Bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well. Lemon muffin. Do your worst. Lemon muffins. Like into the peel? Yes. Lemon muffins are delicious. This is... delicious. Although I detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed the vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. The same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at your disposal. And sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. And no, we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must, if we are to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Ah. Mankind, the Loperids, we're both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity to achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. The immaculate carrot! Yet civilizations, since the time immemorial, have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise. Their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. And when life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Aussian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Digging away at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you're there, you'll be able to turn over carrots. Been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Theris species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go see if Orianjay and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? And guys, your life gives you potatoes. You make potato salad. Yes. Hit it. Buckle your pants. Oh no. We've unleashed the Stamper. And so on. He must have had so much fun in that recording booth. I envy him. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? The Far East has oodles of noodles. Noodles. Delish. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of the Theris, the more I wish I could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Rain, I trust thine time and Muriel agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them. and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charlian hamlet forthwith, and I shall gladly attend to each and every operate here. Should further questions be within my power to answer. Aww. No. Poor growing way. No. Just sad. Sad Bnnuy. Never sometimes just entirely audio things will remind me of Stamper. My brain just goes full on BBT time. It happens. Do you have any idea how hard it has been for me to navigate normal conversations after I've read like 3,130 pages of Homestuck in 2 weeks? I need to actively stop myself from making Homestuck references at every turn. It's horrible. I will take this one then. Oh no. The struggle be real, yes. Yes, Rain, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for a Theorized Logistic on Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? They're verdant at least. The trees of Ravania stand particularly proud. Forests are so beautiful. I say, with the star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise. I assumed that the moon was something worth of being proud of. How ridiculous you must seem to you, trying so hard to achieve so little. Not at all. Their works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Oh, Thancred. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move the cargo. The operations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Known disaster could strike at any moment. They hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We could hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by a goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten the burden. Me? Be of use to the people? I'm honored that you would think of me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the West Plaza that looked to be in need of helping Paul. Perhaps you might start with him. It is a good place as any. Come. can I help you? Is it you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden, shared a burden, is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Yep, piano. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship is that it's a sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology. So true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been underground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even though, if it fails on this then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We saw the ether burner's design was flawless, too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these more daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me about if there's any aspect of the ship's design that you especially worried about. Cello time, viola time, violin time. Yes. Unfortunately, don't have any of these. Your ability to walk about and perform a task, one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatiotemporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, levitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply. Have you considered them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places? Because they don't exist? I don't think, at least. Maybe. I have no idea. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale would be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Why to prevail upon the Loperids to attend them? Ah, excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad I am to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Rain, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperid. Oh, do I look so forward to... I do so look forward to do that. A place for every Loperid and every Loperid in their place. Okay, soon. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'd only make the work go that much slower. Each woman seems to be coping well. Very good. Let's do our rounds then. Electric guitar time, drum time, yes. Cello too. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out to the mound, 55 bunches of weed in the... I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners. I went so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Double bass time? Yes. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause of concern, I assure you. No cause of concern, even though we may need to depart any moment. Even if the hull is unbuckled under the strain, the entire vessel may be sold on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help you triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Poor dude. The end of the world is lying, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. I don't know if that's good or really bad stress management. What am I talking about? Thinking about the medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. But to imagine every illness and injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely may have on the body. That's flawless stress management, perfect. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? I love that it loops on a piano thing. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under pressure? I know a starship pilot I might speak with. Truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. You're not going mad shortly before the world is ending. There's something wrong with you. True. Unless, obviously, the only other choice is fighting it, right? Either go mad or try to stop it. Anything in between, something's wrong with you. Anything other than that. Like, content with it. Like, what the fuck? Bruh, the world is about to end. Why are you okay with this? Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? Or both? Yes. I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. As the forum, but that will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars and gods know what made by gods know who. Yeah, I should probably drink something. BRB. Sippies. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. I hope they like questions. Oh yes. Calm. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Speak to friends, yes. Speak to colleagues, good. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense. I rushed down to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now we need to only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope you plan to cheer everyone up as well. The woman is doing better than you are. Very lovely comment, thank you, game. Finding the last few is always a torturous task. Where are they? Aha! My face? What's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps some of the 10s. I was tasked with ensuring the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, and brought us with us to... I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate. I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the operates in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might offer some clue as well. I love ponderous mathematician. You look at his face, her face, their face, and you see math. Huh? Some sort of collaborators? I suppose that would be more efficient than sitting and brooding. I am attempting to calculate how much cargo we consolidate into fewer trips to the Etherburn and make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow would turn inside out. But perhaps the Lunar Associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. That's a math face if I've ever seen one. Yep.
Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now. So my back feels like a void is at a piano.
This piano?
My feet and knees has drums and cymbals too.
Where's the last person? Haha!
Blasted assistants. Where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I've no time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The Lobrits are willing to help? Why did you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Excuse me? Okay. Now it is time for why I kept playing. Behold, Rain. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, do a great number, far greater number than we anticipated. Living way doth gather more Lobrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that the new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I think it's here.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in... well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Yep, it's the cutscene, alright.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Moonbreeder died a long time ago.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder, she was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Damn, not this part again. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. This is where I wanted to get before I turned the stream off for today. Also, hi Shadow Ninja 88, welcome to the stream. You've unfortunately joined us at a very bad time because I'm about to end. Been live for 8 hours and 33 minutes. It's almost 4 in the morning. But nevertheless, thank you for joining. I'm Faye. I'm currently trying to get this account all the way through to the current patch content main story so I can play the new patch on Tuesday, when it releases. Which is why I've been alive a very long time. And I just wanted to get to this scene today. That was my goal. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. If you want to see me continue this adventure, I'll be live again on Friday. Probably playing until like the ending of the main story, maybe a bit further. But yeah, this cutscene. So good. Well now, I hope you've had a good time watching the stream. It is way too late for me to raid anyone, so I'll just turn off the stream. Thank you for joining me, and good night.